Thank you. I was talking to my mom actually for most of that, so that was good. I'm at my mom's because she was going out. She is going out to dinner and needed me to watch Riley. So I have the timer pulled up for when we're ready. Regina, do we want to just like jump right into a sprint? I think I'm going to be having other co-hosts at some point, but there are a lot of things I wanted to do. Let's see. Let's do. Okay. Create room. The code is 5. Oh, I have a co-host. I'm going to let her introduce herself.
Hello. I am here. Hi, I'm Amara Franklin. I am jumping right into my intro. Sorry, I'm like super flustered because I just opened up my laptop to find out that the screen
No, jumping right into your intro, perfect. Like, go for it. That's exactly what I was asking.
My name is Amara Franklin. I am a writer and single mom of 2 crazy twins who love to break laptops. And I do.
Did they break your laptop?
Yeah, I just opened it up. That's why I'm a couple minutes late. The screen was broken. So then I had to yell and scream and threaten to like ground till the end of time and then get my iPad plugged in. So here I am.
Yeah. Oh my God.
It's so I hit a button on my Roku. So okay, back to my intro. So yes, so that is my life. It is insane and crazy every second of the day. When I'm not yelling and grounding till the end of time, I am working on a novel. And I do have a YouTube channel where I basically just go through my writing process, the books I'm reading, and just life raising kids that like to break computers.
I am so sorry.
It's okay. It's fine. I mean, I can get the screen replaced. It's not the end of the world. It was more just like
an inconvenience that you would have preferred to live without.
Pretty much, exactly. And especially because like I was so cocky. I was like, dude, I'm so ready. Like, I got makeup on. I was about to go make a smoothie. I was like, well, I have like 5 minutes. I don't really have time to make a smoothie. I'll do that during the break. And then I go pull out my computer. I'm like on it. I'm like, I'm going to open up the thing like 2 minutes early and she's going to be so proud of me. I should know not to get cocky.
Well, I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're in a position where you can get the screen replaced.
Yes.
It sounds like it's not going to like break the bank or anything.
No, so, I mean, here's the thing. My kids are insane and I don't know how the laptop got broken. I mean, there's a very small chance that I broke it. Although, I mean...
You would have known if the screen was cracked because you did it.
Right. Well, I mean, I hide it under my bed, but like there's this much space. So I like pull it out from underneath the bed and then I open it up and I'm like... This isn't how I put it away under the bed. So I'm thinking somebody stole it out from underneath the bed while I was sleeping, somehow broke it, and then put it back.
Someone had to, because you would have known.
I would have known. I mean, there's no way I like stepped on it. I mean, it's under the bed.
Yeah, so. I once so the laptop before this one, I was packing my backpack for something, and not obviously, maybe. Bye, Mom. I know. She likes to stay out there so that she knows when you're coming back. Okay. My mom's like, make sure you bring Riley in. And I'm like, she ditches my ass all the time. Anyway, so I was packing my backpack, and my laptop was the heaviest part of it. So right I saw it tipping right before it did, and I caught my backpack, but my laptop slid out and hit really hard on the side, and it like dented the side of the laptop, and I thought everything was fine, and then just things weren't working. Like something had obviously gotten messed up, like within the circuit board or whatever.
Oh no.
And I was just like, oh.
See, a screen is easy to fix. Like it's not that, because like this has happened before. So like I can just buy the screen and then all you have to do is like unscrew it, take the little plug thing out, put the new one on there. I can do it myself. I don't have to take it in somewhere. It's not an expensive laptop anyways. I have another computer. I don't know. I just didn't, you know, I have to sit in this exact space when we're doing the live streams because I have to be able to see the living room and make sure that they're alive and not burning down the house and breaking the TV or whatever. They're really not that naughty, but I mean, they're 7. So,
and twins.
And twins, yes. And crazy. So, but
I was like, am I crazy? But they're twins, right? I was like,
yeah, they are.
No,
they are. Yeah, they're twins. Which has gotten really fun now that they're in school, and they are in different classrooms. I had to do parent-teacher conferences last week, and one of their teachers was saying that they're finally getting really good at figuring out who's who, but there have been a couple of times that like they'll go out to recess and the kids are all kind of running back, and then one teacher will look at the other and look down and they're like, "I think you have mine," and that's like swamp kids.
I don't know if you watch Jolly or Korean Englishman. So they're 2 YouTube channels by the same 2 people, and Jolly is the so the names of the people are Josh and Ollie, Ollie, but for the channel they spell it Jolly, like
that's
Jolly Christmas type of thing. And they have Ollie's brother-in-law is a priest whose twin brother is a commando in the U.S. Not U.S. British army or whatever they call it. And they were talking about like how one of them used to be late to class all the time to school. So like one would like take roll call for both of them, like would go to his own class, be like, yeah, I'm here, run to the other class, sign in for his brother, and then go back to his class.
Oh my God, that's hilarious. I would be, oh my God, my kids would be in so much trouble. They would be so much trouble. Well, they're finally getting at the age too where they think it's funny. Like they're figuring out that like they are twins and this is different and that not everybody has a sibling that looks exactly like them because they're identical. And sometimes I'll be like, which one are you? I don't know. Sometimes if I'm tired and I don't have my glasses on or I dress them too much alike, it's just I just don't know. And Jesse will say, I'm Jason, and I'm like, okay, I know that voice, and now I'm close enough to see you, and you are not Jason. So no playing those games. We're not doing that.
I mean, I hear twins, and I know we don't like the person who created them or the world, but like Fred and George, like that's all I think of when I hear twins. Like I know they're fraternal twins, I understand that, but like I hear twins and I think Fred and George and their mischievousness and like so they swap and you know, they said that they used to pull pranks with like their other castmates, like
that's
the switch. But they were so scared to do it with like the production team on those films because they were worried they'd lose their jobs. They were like the fear of God was put in them. I don't think they did anything that like made them. Like I think they were just worried. They were like, no. Like this is like, cute. We're gonna actually like do everything to not mess up.
Right? Yeah, they're funny.
Okay, we have another person joining us on screen. Oh,
see if I can. Sorry, I had to flip myself because I noticed that like I was a little off center. So I was like, maybe if I flip the iPad around, I'll be centered. And
I thought you were good, but it's up to you. Yeah, whatever you want to do. I have another guest backstage. I'm going to add up on screen. Going to let him introduce himself, and then we will do our first sprint. Yeah, go ahead.
What's up, everybody? I'm Savion Taylor. If you're in the AuthorTube community, you probably know me as Cookie King, which is a whole nother story. I make content on my life journey through writing, faith, being autistic, and how chaotic it can be. And so that's me.
Totally fair. I'm trying to see if you have a. Okay, no. We need to get Savion to.
If you go to my back to my profile, my link tree is there, and all my stuff is there.
Okay, I can do that. I was like, I'll just grab your YouTube channel.
If you get it from my IG.
I was going to grab your YouTube channel, and then I was like, oh, you don't have a custom URL yet, so people should subscribe. Actually, your just normal website has all your links too.
Yeah, that too. I always forget about that. But that also does have it. I probably should update that, honestly.
I mean, it looks professional. It doesn't look like it's lacking, so at least there's that. Becca, you can come on when you feel camera ready. You don't have to hop on right now.
Thank you so much, Zara. I did that myself. I'm on a college student budget. I'm on a college student budget. I did it myself. Glad it looks professional.
I like it. I've seen like self-done websites, and I'm like, oh, So yours looks good.
Yeah. I definitely know what you mean.
Let's start the first sprint, and then we can talk about what we did, because I just realized I didn't ask you during your intros to be like, this is what I'm working on today. But it's happening. So we're going to start in 3, 2, 1. Happy productivity, everyone. How did everyone do?
I did okay. I'm actually, well, I would have been doing better if I had a laptop, but I still am able to kind of work on what I'm doing, which I'm actually just working on my resume. And I kind of have to start all over because I haven't made a resume since 2016. So I'm just kind of looking at it and then writing stuff. And I made a smoothie and drank it. So I've got as far as my name. I wrote my name on a piece of paper. But I was looking up stuff. And then finally was like, okay, I have everything.
I wasn't judging you. I wasn't judging you.
I know you weren't. But I'm like, I got as far as like, okay, I've got all this stuff pulled up. I've got everything ready. I kicked the kids out about 12 times. And then I wrote my name. And then it was time. Oh, and I did do my Instacart order for food. So.
That's good.
Yeah.
Sorry, alphabet. I realized we weren't alphabetical and it bothered me.
Oh, you are so funny.
I have my quirks. If they don't harm anyone, I'm keeping them.
Keep them. They're your quirks. Do it.
Okay.
I mean, it's your channel. Do what you want.
How'd you do?
I pulled up my project journey. That's the project I've been working on for the longest. If anybody knows me, they know that. I pulled that up, getting ready to type it in and realize I can't work on this. I have to get ready for a speaking engagement. So I've been flipping through concordances and stuff, preparing for my next speaking engagement.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Is that like fun work for you, or are you like, I am miserable but it needs to get done, or is it like somewhere in the middle?
No, I like the speaking engagement part. For context, whenever I say public speaking, it's my way of undercover preacher type thing. It's a whole joke. So because I'm a minister in training. So when I say flipping through concordance and stuff, the speaking part I enjoy. It is the part where I have that is very like tedious, that I have to go through like the Greek and Hebrew in this giant concordance over here. Then because how I was groomed and trained, I have to go through 3 different Bibles. So I have an ESV over here, I have a KJV over here over top of my printer, and then very close to me, I have an Oxford annotated Bible right here that looks as if I need a new one. It's just tore completely up. So I'm looking through all of this, trying to get an entire message together.
So how do I phrase this? Do you come up with, like, do you look at one Bible or one translation first, and then you're like, okay, what do the other versions say?
So I preach from majority of the time I speak. I'll choose my words carefully because it's not my channel. But I normally do the ESV. That's the one I'm reading when I'm up.
You can talk openly about this.
Oh, that's just
so you know, on my channel, I'm not like, I am not personally super affiliated with any like organized religion.
Well,
but the individuals I know who are normally really good. It's just the people online who use religion as a weapon all the time. I'm like, I really don't like you.
Right.
So you're fine. You can.
Yeah. Oh, then you would love the message I'm preparing then. Anyway, so I normally preach from ESV or NASB. But a lot of times when I'm studying, I'm looking at this one and maybe 3 to 4 other different translations pulled up at the same time.
Got it. If anyone's good at coding or whatever, maybe that you should like make a website that, you know, has the entire Bible, but you can like click on any passage and change it to like one of the other languages or versions.
Well, there are different websites that host to where like there's a Bible app called the YouVersion Bible app. You can get with most translations, and then there's the Blue Letter Bible website that's literally pulled up in another tab somewhere on my computer that you can see Greek and Hebrew and all of that. It's different stuff. Like with that, I can pull the prices there, and it'll tell me the code for the Strong's code for this, and I don't have to go search it in the first part and then go to the back and like look at the actual code. So that website makes it easier for the Strongs and all that. There are different websites for it.
Okay. But it's always like the same passage numbers, right?
Yeah.
The English versions. I'm not talking about the Hebrew and the Greek versions.
It is. But see, even with the code things, most of them, it has the same, like the website's not going to tell me it's G 5173, and then the book is like, it's over at like G 136. That's going to match up as well. It all matches up for the most part.
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, Strongs can be found online. A lot of different good Bible apps will also have them somewhere on their apps and websites.
Yeah, because I know when I had to write papers on it, I mentioned it on Caitlin's stream when you were a guest during the Writertown Junction, and I was like, yeah, I wrote way too many papers about like the Bible for someone who wasn't studying religion, like just as an English major and in English classes in high school. Like I would look at something and I would go to where it was in the Bible, and sometimes I would still spend like way too long being like, but like where is it? Like I don't see it matching up. So
yeah, and I think you said then it was like KJV, and I'm like, yeah, people do too.
Yeah. Was
NASB translated from Hebrew, Latin, or King James? So here's the thing. I don't know specifically about that one. I believe it was translated from the original text instead of King James, but you have to King James wasn't translated though. So that you have to be it's very tricky when you come to like the different things, because some of them are versions and some of them are translations, and there is a difference. But the NASB is it is translated and not it is translated and not like just another version. And it's very trusted. It's a great translation to use. I am so sorry.
No, this is really
I'm just thinking here. I'm like, I know what all the other
New American
but I don't know what NASB.
New American Standard Bible.
Thank you. I'm like, what is NASB? Like, what's the N?
Yeah, it's trying to figure out what letters stand for what with translations and stuff is worse than sitting there trying to learn Hebrew. And I'm at one of those churches where he does Hebrew blessings over my pastor and spiritual father. He does Hebrew blessings over communion. So like
that's cool.
Oh yeah, really we do. Cool. I host prayer. Like I have prayer shawls. We used to wear the kufi. We didn't do a kippah, but he has a kippah, but I don't. We had kufis. I have a prayer shawl over here that I do for prayer. We do all the kind of like Hebrew type stuff.
I really like that because my mom and I we went to a gospel performance service, something, with one of my old babysitters who, is very religious. And the music was nice, but they were so clearly like anti-Semitic that my mom and I felt like very weird being there.
Yeah. So my pastor, I went and grabbed one of them because I have multiple prayer shawls. I even wear the tzitziks, like ones that I can hook up to my pants. But my pastor is very hooked on making sure we understand we are a connection to the Hebrews. and not just like we're this on our own little thing. And so he's all about the Greek culture and stuff like that when understanding the Bible. He eats kosher. Uh, like his spiritual walk as a and my spiritual father is very close to like he eats kosher. A lot of times he'll have a kufi on. Like he's always speaking Hebrew. Um,
That's really cool.
if you preach something, he'll be like, "What did Hebrew and Greek say?" Like he immediately goes like, "Okay, what's the Hebrew and Greek saying?" Because
I really like that, because when people are, not to get like super religious, and I promise we'll move on right after this, but like when people are talking all about like Jesus and stuff, and then they start like hating on anything that came before, I'm like, you do realize that he was trying to reform Judaism. Like he was a Jew. He wasn't trying to like start his own religion.
Oh no, he wasn't. And that's the funny thing. I think we forget that you're so proud for someone call you Christian when that was a slur at first, and technically you are a sect of Judaism. You were called the way at first. Don't it gets really crazy. Like we do stuff like when we speak, like we do the whole charismatic speaking tongue thing, but we're like Yeshua Mashiach, and like we go real far into it, like so much that I'll pray here and they'll be like, what? On college campus, like I'm in charge of prayer, and they'll be like, huh? They'll be like, what's that now? And I'm like, here, this, that. They'll be like, oh, okay. Still lost.
That's awesome.
It's like, okay, you'll get it.
Yeah, I have like four of these. Plus the ones you hook up to your pants, but like the Tzazik and all that, we learn about a lot about it.
Yeah. She edited a couple pages. Awesome. Maggie came in and dropped a like. Deja had written this and then left. I asked people what I should do in a poll, and while that poll was running, I saw that Kelly had like done her part of the Rightish script that we're recording tomorrow, so I was doing that. So I'm gonna let the poll decide what I do for the next sprint. But that's currently at a tie between revise my story and edit like the next Rightish episode. So maybe I'll flip a coin or something. But yeah, that's all super cool. And let me share a forest room code so we can do another sprint. Because it's been like, an hour. And
yeah, we had a whole section where we just talked about translations and Christians.
Which I'm okay with.
It was very interesting. No, like I was really interested in it. I mean, I was raised Catholic. I don't follow like a specific like organized.
It's okay.
Right now,
it's okay. Great graces to you. I say that in hopes that there are no actual practicing Catholics in the chat.
What are you?
I don't have, so my roots is very charismatic Pentecostal, but I'm not technically affiliated with any denomination.
Okay. I'm so bad. I don't really know what Pentecostal stands for. Like I know that they exist, but like compared to Catholics and Protestants, I'm like, I don't know what's different about you.
Yeah, so the Protestants it broke up into a whole bunch of different stuff, but Pentecostal is a very power stuck on the Holy Spirit. We are the crazy people who speaks in heavenly tongues, or what we call heavenly tongues, and all that different stuff from an Acts 2 encounter, which was the 50 days after he died. Penta 50. So that whole thing, which there's also a Hebrew. I can't remember. God, my pastor would be so ashamed. Appalled at me that I don't remember the Hebrew holiday that's round about there too. He will be appalled. But there's a Hebrew thing right there too. But there's 50 Pentecost when the Holy Spirit fell upon the followers of Jesus. And so Pentecostal, they spoke in tongues, and so that's where you'll find your jokes of people saying you should have bought a Honda, and like saying it real fast, or like, and all that sort of stuff. Like we make jokes about that. That's where you get those people.
Oh, Shavuot.
Yeah, those shout speaking tongues. Yeah, you'll have someone they'll be like, church, they will should about a Honda, Toyota, Chevy, like, and even Pentecostals do it, but like it's become a joke to like, or either someone will say juggling snakes, because there are Pentecostals who do that for some reason, and I'm like, you're not Paul, please stop.
That just seems like a recipe for disaster, and I feel like maybe they should stop.
Oh yeah. Oh, some Pentecostals go like very serious. Like again, we're getting ready to go into another rant. Start a sprint already. This is what I try not to do on other people's channel.
No, we all think it's cool. I was just curious.
We're asking questions. If we didn't want to know the answers, we wouldn't ask questions.
Yeah, we would be like, oh, that's cool. And moving on.
Yeah.
Plus, this is keeping me from bringing up true crimes. So.
I mean, but see, here's the thing though. Do you really want to read about some crimes? Read the Bible. You want some real crimes, you read the Bible. Just throwing that out there.
Fratricide, regicide, all these things.
It's all in there.
Just all the sides on it.
Yeah. Infanticide. I'm sure there are patricide. I'm sure I'm blanking on any examples right now because it's been a while.
Somebody asked me one time. They was like, Savion, what do you feel about the purge? I was like, I mean, if you want to have a purge, you can. I mean, they had one in the Bible with the Hebrew people all the time. They're like, oh! I'm like, yeah.
Wait, do you mean like the movie The Purge?
Like, they was like, how do you feel about the purge? I was like, hey. He was like, do you think that's wrong religiously? I'm like, it's in like Jews every once in a while. I don't see any problem with it.
It's like it's everywhere in the Jewish Bible.
So it is. Do you know how many times where like there's a whole thing in Deuteronomy? They're like, he's like, if it gets in the way with your relationship with me, kill it. It's the whole ministry of murder. Like
ministry of murder. Oh my god.
Oh my god, that's like a perfect.
I feel like that should be like the name of some department in some book.
No, like there's a apostle who preaches about it, and he calls it holy homicide, the ministry of murder. But and it's a whole thing in Deuteronomy. But yeah, it's there. Like he's like, if it now that's not the total full context, but he's like, if it's harming you, it's messing with our relationship, kill it. Which is funny because it's thou shalt not kill over there.
I know, exactly.
And so and it's not contradicting each other, but it's a whole full. That's why you have to go full context with a lot of the different stuff.
Well, where it's like, I created you in my image, but you can't kill stuff. But I will all the time.
Yeah, he's like, kill it. And holy homicide. So I mean, you're like, that's wrong. I'm like, well, did you read this part here? Did you read that?
Did you forget the flood? Which is the biggest well-known one.
I'm just saying, I must have missed that part of catechism class. That's all I'm saying.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of stuff we missed. So,
but it's like, even if you don't know about Deuteronomy, it's like, I'm sorry. Everyone talks about Noah's Ark. You know why he had to build the ark, right? Because God flooded the earth.
Yeah. They're like, it's so great. Or my favorite is David and Goliath. They'd be like, he threw I did a message on it and everything. He threw the pebble. The thing came down. No, the pebble did not. The pebble went into his forehead. He fell, and then he took his sword and cut him. That is not what you've learned in Sunday school is entirely incorrect. That's the G-rated version, honey.
That rock down with a slingshot. It's like
yeah, that rock sinked into his head. Come on.
Anyway. I'm putting this up, or we're never actually going to start a second sprint.
Right?
We're not. I said, come on, let's do another sprint like twice, and I don't know what happened.
you said it twice after. I was like, oh well, like we'll do one, and then I got distracted when I was like, what is Pentecost?
Yeah, you're like, what is this? What is that? Huh? Wait a minute, what? And it just spiraled.
Look, you know what?
I'm
We
just
got
gonna
an
have to do
education.
between this and the Ryder Junction conversation about being drunk and me going to the saloon. It was like, didn't turn water into wine. I'm like, we're not going through that. We have 9 minutes. 9 minutes to the next one. We're not. I'm just
By
gonna
the
have to
way,
do a
I want
big
to make
Q&A.
clear this is ginger beer. I have not been
Well, technically,
doing this in front of a.
I mean, scripturally, theologically, if we want to go back, you're good until you get drunk. But anyway,
Yeah.
but I'm just gonna have to do a whole live myself with nothing but Bible QRA for the entire AuthorTube.
Yeah, we're all like, yeah, we don't know. Like
just do a big
grew up
live
we grew
Q&A.
up reading fantasy and then graduated to dystopian.
Oh God.
Okay, in 3, 2, 1. Happy productivity, everyone. How did everyone do?
I added my city and state, my email, and the title. So this is as far as I am on my resume. But I actually was researching resumes. So I was watching a lot of TikTok videos with resume tips and stuff. And that's as far as I actually wrote on my paper. Because I'm writing out like my resume since I don't have my computer, and then I'll type it up later. So lots of progress.
Oh, sorry. I went into a hole. I'll explain it afterwards. So first I went to find the Ministry of Murder thing. I went to find the actual passage. And dropped it in a private chat. Yeah. And then I went back to my own message. And did that for the majority of the time. And then went into a what I would call a Pentecostal fit in prayer, because Holy Spirit said one thing and I had to, and it was kind of like conviction. So I was like, yeah, let me go into this. And so I just started praying in tongues. So I'm slowly coming out of that at the moment.
If you need to take a moment, please do so. I don't know how that works.
It's fine. It's in and out. Listen, I've gotten to a place I can go in and out with that sort of thing. It's fine. I'm fine.
Okay. I worked on revising chapter 12. I am not very far into the chapter, but I wrote 157 words, expanding certain things. So I'm happy with that. I don't really care about word count when I'm revising, because I know that over the course of all the chapters, I'm going to get to like around the word count goal that I set for a novel. So when I'm revising, I'm just like, okay, I normally ask my alpha readers for like, I suck at description. Where do you need more? So I'm normally expanding. So that's what I did. And I had to come up with a reason why the technology in one place is different than the technology somewhere else. No one asked about it, but I was like, oh, this is going to bother me. That I did this on purpose, but I didn't say why. So I did that. Let's see. Hello. Crow was working on paperwork or something because she's going to Toronto in a couple of weeks. And she was able to do some work today. She got the big C19 from her sister, I think last week. Time means nothing to me, so maybe it is different. But yeah. So I'm glad that you're feeling a bit better, Crow, that you were able to do some work. But like Regina said, don't push yourself too hard. Let me set the next forest room so we can, go into another sprint kind of soon.
Yeah.
What am I looking for? I'm like,
I'm sorry. I'm laughing at Michael in the chat. If that's the case, we better all be scared, because the next time he comes, he's supposed to stop mid-air. If he's already on the ground, this is war.
Just look at Russia.
Yeah, this is war. That's complete war, and we're getting ready for New Jerusalem. Is what's happening there. He should not be on the ground, and everything's okay.
Well, everything's not okay. So,
I mean, everything's not normal,
Yeah. Michael, no, don't let that be the last one. We're enjoying.
He said he wanted to see Cookie King do a book review for the Bible earlier.
Wait, I missed that.
It was right before we sprinted.
Oh, I see it.
Yeah.
4.5, 4.1 out of 5 stars on Goodreads.
Because that's when I was like, well, I teach from it, so must be a 5 out of 5.
Have you ever seen the video where they read, where I don't remember what channel it is, but they read like 1-star reviews of like really famous books?
I've heard of it, but there are certain things I have not actually looked at.
They're funny. Amara, you're on mute, but I'd like to know what that box is.
So thank you, Instacart, because let me make sure my address isn't showing. I got a computer delivered. I went on Instacart. It was like on sale. It's like it was like 37% off. It was not expensive. It's not as nice as the one that's broken. But like, and I know it seems a little silly because like I do have another desktop computer, but it's not. I use my laptop more because I need to be able to sit on my bed. I need to be able to go into other rooms. I need to be able to sit in the living room and work on stuff while the kids are being crazy. Because like, if I'm sitting at this computer over here, my back is to them and the house will burn down. So during the first sprint, I went on Instagram.
Do you have boys? Question.
Yeah,
do you have boys?
She has twin boys who are 7 years old. Identical twin boys. They are apparently now learning about.
We like to blow stuff up. Fire is amazing to us. Especially
it's like learning about the habits that they can cause because they are identical twins.
They're adorable, but they're crazy. In fact, like when I
my kind of people,
because like with the pandemic and everything. Yes, we are unboxing live. Oh wait, I don't need to do that. Let's see. Oh,
you know what? I'm coming down there. I'm blowing stuff up with your twins. It's official. I'm finding a way over the
Are you allowed to do that in your profession? Or are we just gonna keep that in the hush hush?
Everybody.
Well, technically, I don't get paid to preach, and I'm at school to become a history teacher in the circular realm, and so I'm good. I'm not ordained or licensed yet, and it is not my. I get paid for other stuff.
Give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna get rid of children. 1 moment.
Oh God.
That sounds very ominous.
It just sounds so wrong. But yeah, I don't get paid.
It was like when Anne Sophie had said like, oh, I didn't add something to StreamYard during the opening ceremony of Ridertown Junction, and Michael's like, you have 24 hours, and I was in the comments. I was like, there's never a time that isn't an ominous sentence. Yeah, and I don't think he understands. Like, I don't think he fully understood that. Like, yes, I knew you meant that she had until the end of the, write-a-thon to do it. But it's just like the phrasing.
But that sounds like wait a minute, Michael. This seems very.
Yeah.
This is a little sus. Just saying.
It's also when someone's like, I don't remember who it was, but one of my writer friends was like, oh, I'm going on a writing retreat to a cabin in the woods. I was like, no. And she was like, sorry, cottage in the forest. And I was like, okay, I'm glad that you're not going somewhere where you're likely to either inspire a horror movie.
A friend of mine did that doing spring break. I said, don't eat the candy. They were like, what? I was like, don't eat the. They was like, you're stupid. I was like, I know. I was like, I know, I am. Update she had. Important distinction.
No, but you said it to her, so you said you have 24 hours. Michael, you were speaking directly to her.
Alexa said.
Oh no, I think he's saying update. The 24 hours has passed type thing is what he's alluding.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, yeah, obviously
that's what he's alluding to is that the 24 hours have happened. Well, someone DM her and make sure she's okay. Just joking.
It's like, hi, are you alive? And then we don't get an answer, and we're like, oh no.
Oh God, we don't get an answer. Oh God, Michael, what did you do?
Buried somewhere on the map of Ridertown Junction.
Probably so.
Wrong side of the tracks in a shallow grave.
Yeah. I'm gonna go and blow stuff up with the twins just because fire's good.
Did I hear something about looking something up about twins?
I said I was
you
I
said
was
that I'm
gonna
gonna
go.
blow stuff up with your twins.
Yeah, I'm going
Oh,
over there to blow stuff up with the twins. Fire's good.
Is that an Asus Zen book?
Yes, out. Sorry, I
Which
forgot
has
to
a
mute
mouse?
myself.
Oh God, he made it worse. He said I took care of.
Decorated.
Okay,
Her
seriously.
kids are fine. They're just
to a live pit mother meltdown on mute. Just so you guys know, if you want to know what it looks like when a mom of twins loses her mind, but you don't want to hear the sound of a dying animal, this is what it looks like, but I won't make you hear the sound.
okay. So based on what she said, what I said is that the kids are fine.
The kids are fine.
Currently,
My kids are safe.
She's not.
I need you to say that you are fine.
I'm fine.
Jesse,
the funny
they
thing
need to hear
is,
another voice.
the funny thing is, this is similar to a single mom. So, which my mom was. So, I'm perfectly fine here. I'm just chilling.
Oh yes, I am a single mom of twins. Yes.
Oh God, yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
So the kids are fine. I am having a complete mental breakdown, but my kids are fine. They have YouTube
I would
and
just read
cereal.
all the time.
Mhm.
And so I don't think I ever gave my mom like a ton of trouble. But her version of me being troublesome was I would read at dinner and she'd be like, you have to put the book down. And my grandma would be like, she's reading. Let her be.
Yeah, taking books from me, like first grade, my mom used it as a reading as a punishment. Got so well at reading and started loving it so much, it became a punishment to take it from me. Because she'll be like, "Go to your room," and I'll be like, "Okay," and I'll be in there reading.
Yeah, they're 7.
Just chilling. She'd be like, "Okay, look, this is not right. Go to your room. Give me all your books."
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
when I
that's me
was
too.
really little and like wasn't perfect, my mom would do the same thing, and then she realized like, oh no, she likes being in there alone.
Mhm. Same. Well, when we did parent-teacher conferences last week, we found out they did like a little test on the kids to see how well they were reading, and
They
both
did
in
a
first
test on
grade.
the kids. That sounds like a science fiction
Oh my God.
dystopian
They
novel.
did an
We
assessment.
went. Hold up.
They
We
did a
went from
reading
the
assessment.
Ministry of Murder to checking on Anne Sophie. Now we're talking about test on children.
Okay.
Where's this
A
going?
Well,
reading
I'm a writer and I'm
assessment.
currently revising my dystopian novel with a very corrupt government. Okay? Like my brain is just like
This is just.
So to clarify, they did a reading assessment, and my children who are in first grade are reading at above a second grade level, which is amazing. They're very smart boys, but also, why are you getting through into my drawer? And also, it's not.
It keeps me quiet and it's straight into my room.
This is him trying to bargain with me into giving him the broken computer because it keeps him quiet and in his room. But what that means is that he's going to take the computer, use the HDMI cord to plug it into the computer so that the screen works. And then he can just be on the internet without any sort of oversight or supervision, which is not going to happen.
No, because it's kids mode, which Microsoft Edge has.
He wants to watch his mom in the other room on YouTube.
I said that but that's not at all what he wants. He wants to go on. Okay, let me tell you what I'm working with. Okay, you know how they make those little Amazon Kids tablets?
yes.
This little hacker figured out how to access my email. Okay, so first he figures out how to access my Gmail account. I don't know this. So then what he does is he will go on to the Amazon and say he forgot the password. So then he gets an email to reset my Amazon password. So then he changes the Amazon password all on like some other device. And then he takes the little kid's tablet, right? And he factory resets, because on the Amazon Kids tablets, it's locked down to kids only stuff, right? So then he will factory reset the tablet, okay? And then he has an Amazon password that only he knows, and he literally tells me this and says it's a password only I know. So he has a password only he knows, so he can sign into Amazon, and then he can just have free access to this tablet. And all the while, I'm cleaning the house, I'm doing the dishes, I'm putting groceries away, I'm cooking, whatever. And then I periodically go, hey, let me see your screen. So then he just exits out of whatever he's not supposed to be on, opens up a kid's game and says, here you go. And I'm like, okay, good boy. Back to what I'm doing.
Is your kid mentoring at this current moment? I would love to enter his I would love to enter his mentorship program if you
I was really little. I don't know how old I was, but I like crashed my mom's laptop because I made myself an administrator and like downloaded something, which was fine. But at some point, a virus got on it, and my mom like paid a lot of money for someone to come and fix it. And they're like, "Oh, it looks like your daughter made herself into admin." And she looks at me, and I'm like,
well, how many Instagram messages did you get that made absolutely no sense that come to find
I
out
thought
later
you
were
had gotten
my kids?
hacked by like some Russian
Like
sus
nonsense.
person.
Talking about random words in Popeye the Sailor Man. Yeah, no, that was them.
Wow.
I was very concerned. And I was also like, I'm scared to click on any of these links.
Don't ever click a link. No.
Michael, the aliens tested you?
That's the exact opposite of what happens in my Stellar Blood trilogy, where they unfortunately test my main character and they're like, yeah, we're keeping this one, and she is not happy.
Yeah, that's cool.
Oh my God,
I didn't do cool stuff like that. I was just I just manipulated people all the time.
Oh, they're really good at that one too. Or like the other thing that they'll do to get the codes, if he doesn't have another device in order to like access my email to do things, he'll try to get signed into stuff, and I'll just randomly get like text. I've learned now that I get these random text messages asking for a code, and then I just pretend, oh, I didn't get it, because I delete it really fast. But then he'll come up to me sometimes, and like he'll try to just get me to like
hand over
put my
phone.
thumb on the thumbprint scanner of the iPad, or like because he's trying to get out of something, or he'll come up and just be like, I need the code for this so I can do education.com, and I'm like, I have learned. But yeah, I can't tell you how many times like I've been doing something and he'll come up because I'll be like, yes, you can play with the iPad, but like I have to lock it down so we can't get out of anything and can't share anything. And then he'll just be like grabbing my hand, like shoving my thumb. Or once this little stinker got into it because I left it like on the counter or something open because I was like watching something, and I like walked away. And when I walked away,
that was your mistake.
Goes into the settings, adds his thumbprint, and then like puts it back to whatever I had and sets it back on the counter. And then I like go about my business.
Did you remove his thumbprint? Have you
What?
removed his thumbprint?
I have now, yes. Once I figured out that he did this, because then a few days later I'm giving him the iPad to play with, and I'm like, hold up, how are you not on a lockdown? And then he's like, I used my thumb, because here's the thing. He's smart enough to do all of these things, and then not smart enough to like just tell me what he did. Like, and then he tells me step by step. You were in the kitchen. You went to the laundry room. I opened the thing. And he tells me every step of the naughty thing that he just did. Not realizing that now that means he's grounded from the device. Like,
after this, the
if you're gonna be stupid enough, smart enough,
I will be watching your channel. If
you're gonna be smart enough to hack into my devices without me knowing and add your thumbprint, be smart enough to lie. Okay? When I say, how did you get out? You don't tell me the naughty thing you did. You just say, you forgot to lock it down, Mom. And then my dumbass will be, my mom brain will be like, oh, what a silly mom I am. Let me have that and lock it down. Like,
you should just have your phone on you at all times.
I do. I really
like never ever put it down again.
No. I keep it on me literally everywhere, and I'm like, and I check periodically to make sure there's no extra like faces or no extra like anything, or like I check the thumbprint on the iPad like before I give it to him. Sometimes I will check to make sure that there's no other thumbprints.
Well, also if someone is like getting out of a certain app or something and they switch it back, if you like swipe up from the middle of the device, at least on an iPhone, I don't know exactly what it's like on like an Amazon tablet or something.
Can I help you, child? Mm-hmm. Sorry,
You can see like you can see the last opened apps.
Oh yeah, I've used that as well to see like, okay, mister, what have you been doing?
Those crashes sounded worrisome. So let's start another.
No, he's just opening my mouth. He's just slamming my. He's trying. What it is I bought little like lollipop things or like Tootsie Pops, and then I hid them inside my drawer. And he figured out that they were hidden inside the drawer, so he's just trying to get inside the closet to find the Tootsie Pops, and not realizing that I moved them. So that's all.
No fair. Come on.
I woke up at 6:30 in the morning, and the other one was digging through my thing looking for a Tootsie Pop at 6:30 in the morning.
That was it. I was looking.
That's why I said the other one.
I mean, it's called a midnight snack. I mean, what do you do?
All right. I'm ready.
Oh God, please start this thing before.
I was updating the banner. Okay, in 3, 2, 1. Happy productivity. As you'll see in the banner, it is the, this is like the last week to ask me to do book sales research for you, as in like actual sales numbers of published books before I lose access to the software. So if you want that, head to my Ko-fi page.
Good to know. I have to set up all my stuff for Ko-fi. I haven't done it yet.
I wrote 159 words that time, so 2 more words than last time. Still revising the same chapter. How did you both do?
I started making the kids dinner. I watched a bunch of TikTok videos, and at least I started listing out my skills while updating and setting up the computer. So that way I can actually like write the resume.
I hit Microsoft Edge and I hit browse in kids mode.
Mm-hmm.
Sure you did, buddy.
I love how we all just went quiet just to hear it, and then Zara's like, "Yeah, sure you did, kids."
Kids mode.
And what does kids mode do? I don't even know what that
That's
means.
where I only get to be able to go into kids' websites.
Like, can you give me an example of a kid's website that kids mode will allow you to go to?
Like FunBrain.
FunBrain? I don't know what that is.
It's just a kid's website. Come to my room and look.
Okay, well, it's dinner time, so give me just a second. I'll be right back, you guys. I have to take the pizza out of the oven. I'll be right back.
I just have.
I like how Zara just straight puts a pin in this below, like, and I went to people. Sure you did, buddy. Just break this out. Just like, yeah, I don't believe you. I set up Ko-fi.
Yay!
Everything that I can do currently for Ko-fi, I have set up. And as time goes, hopefully I will add different stuff to Ko-fi or whatever else. I also finally got to work on my project instead of messing with the sermon. I got 150 words. So
cool. I'm on your Ko-fi page. It's awesome. Link your website and your YouTube channels to your profile.
That's weird. My link tree was supposed to be up there. They didn't save.
Yeah.
I'll fix that.
You can also like link your different social media
right.
profiles, and it'll just show that like icons, and you can also still have the link tree like as the URL that shows.
Right.
Your website.
I'll just end up doing. I'll probably change it next sprint, but I'll probably fix that next sprint.
Mm-hmm.
Then most of the time I just end up doing the link tree because it's easier because everything's right there.
Yeah, I just kind of use like my Ko-fi page as my link tree because basically everything is on there, and that's also like where people can be like, oh, we can give her money, and I'm like, yes, you can.
So it's a strategy so people may give you more money.
Yeah.
No, smart.
Yeah. It's like here. It's here. What just the
like,
more
time. Go
they
here to get everything else, and it's like, oh, it just so happens you can give me money over here. I mean, I guess that's easier than what preachers do. We have to fake a prophecy, tell people, the Lord said, you should get $50.
My God.
Okay, I have never did that, but there are people who've done it's called raising an offering. Okay, it's called raising an offering. There are people.
Wow.
What happens when you shake the link tree? I don't know, but you seem like the person to go do it and see. You seem like the person who would probably go and try it. So
what if you get hit by links, but like they're metal links, and you just like instead of getting hit with the coconut like on your head, it's like chainmail, just like
this little metal IG little icon just hits you in the head.
Yeah.
And this is why you don't post things to creative writers.
I know.
This is why we can drop in for likes and love. Happy sprinting.
That boy is 7. Yes, that boy is 7, as is his twin brother. I like kids, but I'm like, I'm very happy that I don't have any.
I don't have patience for it.
I know. It's
the Lord's gonna have to bless
my
me.
mom is always like, you'd be such a good mom. And I'm like, yeah, maybe when they're a teen. Like,
I don't have the patience for it, but then again, that's the same thing I said about preaching years ago, and now I'm a minister in training. So, and I still have no patience.
I get things can change, but when it's another life, I'm like, you know what? I'd rather be conservative and be like, I'm not going to bring a new life into the world if I'm not going to give it the, the care, if I don't think that I can give it all the care that it deserves. So I'm very happy to be like, the older sibling / like aunt to the next generation in my family, and kind of be like a godmother to Kelly's daughters, and like
I have spiritual children, which is funny because I'm 20 years old and just now becoming a minister, and I already have spiritual children. But besides that, no. I don't have to. No, I check on you, make sure you're reading your scriptures and you're not doing something crazy. Like a Deuteronomy 13 thing. Going killing ministry of murder. As long as you're not doing that, I'm fine. Like, just go ahead. Less work.
Sorry, Amara.
It's okay.
Of the people who I know who are parents, like, they're good parents. Sometimes their kids drive them crazy. And because I'm good friends with them, they'll be like, my kids are driving me crazy, but I know that, like, you're a good parent. Right. But I'm just like, yeah, I don't think I'd be a good parent.
Here's the problem. My thing is, it's not that I don't think I'll be a good parent, but the best birth control is to work with kids during the pandemic because she just laughs. But during the pandemic, I had a job at this local foundation back home because I'm still on college campus, and they did for the kids would come and they would do their classes, their online classes and stuff, but they would do it there. We would have stuff. So I got to witness conversations during snack time that I don't really think I should witness. Like these were not ABCs. Or do you have fruit snacks? Let me, trade your Cheerios for your. No, they were talking about whether or not abortion was right, and whether Trump should be president or not. And these are K through 5th grade.
Well, I mean,
we're having the serious conversations at snack time.
My kids don't know what any of that is. However, I have taught them to say F the patriarchy. So.
Oh God.
They also run around the house saying equal pay for equal work.
Oh,
you're raising your sons well.
And are women too. That one they don't understand. They ask me all the time, like they'll say F the patriarchy, and then they have to ask me again what the patriarchy is, and then I just have to keep explaining it to them. And the way I explain
they'll get it eventually.
And I just explain it in like kind of 7-year-old terms, as I just say, it just means that boys get more stuff and treated better just because they're boys, not because they did anything to earn it. And they're like, okay, F the patriarchy. So, and then they were over my shoulder on Etsy one day and found an F the patriarchy keychain that will be here in about a week. So,
wow.
Wait, did they buy it with your account without telling you?
Mom, that's patriarchy. And I'm like, and it's a keychain. And then he says, can we throw it on the ground? Because, Taylor Swift. So they love their Taylor Swift. They know all their songs. So
yeah.
So I got one for me, one for my best friend. We do. So what was that?
I said start them up early.
Yeah. So
I mean, I have little cousins who their dad like works in the US government, or he did. I think he switched jobs. And he like didn't really tell them what the pandemic was.
Oh no.
And they're like 10 and 12. And I was like, I'm not going to question your parenting choices, but I'm also definitely questioning your parenting choices.
Right.
My question is these kids are not on social media? They don't have friends?
No, they're not on social media. Their friends probably are, but
Like, they don't have friends they were talking to at this moment.
Well,
well, they may be
pandemic.
new. They may be new, but as far as I know, like they definitely didn't learn it from their parents for a long time. And then finally they did, but they were like, oh yeah, like we just wear masks and we clean or whatever. So it's not like they were behaving badly or recklessly, but they weren't being told the reason. And I'm just like, no. I was like, you
Well, my mom,
reason.
here's the thing. My mom, this is why I tell my mom, be like, you're sheltered. And I'm like, no. She's like, I know you're not as sheltered, but you're definitely sheltered. And I look at stuff like this and I'm like, but this is the reason why I'm not.
Yeah, no, like
Because
there's
even though I didn't get a phone or anything till high school, my mom explained things to me. Like, I was a young kid, around 10, not even younger than that. And I was like, what's this? And she was like, oh, it's such and such. Like, I knew about.
That's how my family was raising me.
Yeah,
I don't
like-
know if it was the same in the generations above me, but apparently the generation below me is not getting the same honesty.
Right.
And I'm like,
what?
I was like, okay, you don't like, like you do. Like you say it in the terms that they would understand.
Yeah, like everything has to be
Right.
done in an age appropriate way, like
Yeah.
you're not going to explain, like, for example, for the pandemic, I didn't explain it in detail. I just said there are people that get very sick and we're gonna stay home as much as possible, but when we do go out, we put this mask on so that we don't get sick, and that way we don't get other people sick. And that's
Yeah.
all you really have to say. Like, you don't have to go into the fact that all of these people are dying, because that'll freak them out. You just say people get sick, and then we all ended up getting COVID. Just in like January, we got COVID, just the three of us, and it sucked. But it was just like, okay, like now we got the sickness, okay, like, but we're okay. But this is why we wear masks when we go out. Like, this is why. Just because we've had it, we continue to wear our mask. I know other people aren't wearing our mask, boys, but we're going to keep wearing our masks because, it's still there. But you don't have to go
make jokes
into.
about it. We tell them and
they're
they
not-
make jokes.
Yeah, if they're not old enough to understand, you don't need to scare like a 6-year-old or like, what, this is 2022, so they were 5.5 when it started. You don't have to scare them, but you can just explain, like, this is what we do now. And this is why, and they get it,
Right.
It's when people like don't give a reason why for something, I'll be like, why? And if they're like, or like that's just the way it is, I'm like, okay.
But why?
Okay,
I would still say,
you
but
don't
why?
have an answer, which means I'm gonna wait for you to come up with one before
See, in
I
my case, we don't know
Wait a
something.
minute, Michael. Michael. But see, I love that. But see, my family, we make jokes. We make jokes of each other at church in the spirit. We make jokes. My little sister, she was running around the house. I'll try to hug her or I'll kiss her when she wakes up, which she hates. And she'll be like, get away from me, coronavirus. Like, and she's like 8 now. And so she was like 6 at the time it started. Like, we just make jokes out of everything.
Yeah. I mean, like when it came to Santa in my family, because while like my mom, I was adopted and I have a single mom, and I'm an only child. Circling back to that, she so her family's Jewish, but some of her cousins married Catholic women, and so they raised their kids like not really with any religion, but celebrating Christmas and not Hanukkah, which is like, come on. But yeah, well, I'm not touching that. But we all like, I figured out that my mom's first cousin was the one who was like pretending to be Santa, like from his voice, and then his grandkids figured it out too. But like, no one told us. But I think if any of us had straight up asked, like, is Santa real? I think they would like either have tried to distract us when we were young, or then been like, well, no, like it's something that people believe, but it's really us giving you the gifts, and
Right. No, I knew because I was one of those kids who, like, in the middle of the night would sneak down to see Santa or sneak down to see what's happening, and I would see them wrapping the gifts, and they'll be like, my mom would be like, I'd be like, what's going on? My mom was like, what do you think? And my mom, she's sarcastic. We're a very sarcastic family. So she'd be like, and like, I'm going to say this. And remember, my mom is now a worship leader. I'll be like, what's going on? She'd be like, what the fuck you think is going on? We're wrapping your damn presents. I'll be like,
And you're like, oh.
okay. And then we're back to bed.
Like
And
I
then
would see my
my church did it for my siblings because they were like, okay, this is what's said, this is where all this comes from, but do we believe this? And we're like, no. And so we had to stop my sister and stuff telling other kids in their classrooms that Santa wasn't real.
I mean, like I knew my mom was the one giving me, like there isn't like a Hanukkah equivalent to Santa. So
Right.
it was also very easy for me to be like, yeah, there's no Santa.
I love Hanukkah. It's such a wonderful.
But we all know the tooth fairy is absolutely real, right? Like she's
Sure.
In this house, it's all real.
Sorry. I hope your kids can't hear.
We're just going on and about, and just one of them's just like just standing behind the camera, be like, what?
Like their entire childhood just like crashing down around their ears.
Luckily, I can say one is watching YouTube and the other one is hacking a computer.
Oh God.
I don't know if you can say. I can luckily say that one of my sons is hacking a computer.
Oh, I was just
love how
informed,
calm
by the way,
she
I was
is
just
about
informed
saying
that I was wrong. He's in the other room going, I'm not hacking a computer, I'm going potty.
Yeah, definitely.
People
So he's
can
no longer hacking a
multitask.
computer, but I can't really hear you guys because I had to turn the volume down all the way. I think it's safe to turn it up, yeah?
Oh
Okay.
God.
I was like, oh, I see where this conversation is going, and I am making the sound go bye-bye right now.
Yeah, so sorry.
But just to say, him being like, I'm not doing this, I'm going potty. Dude, people can multitask.
Right?
You know, smartphones in the bathroom. Why we all take so much longer now? Like,
Oh my god, right?
okay, forest room. This might be our last sprint. There might be one more after this, depending on how awake I am.
Right.
No, they weren't reading the thing. It was just us talking. They would have heard me
Yeah, they would have heard the conversation.
and
Like
Savion.
overheard it.
Yeah.
My mom used to call it ear hustle. They would just be some ear hustlers, just a little bit. And here
So which computer is he not doing anything nefarious
The one
with?
with the broken screen, because he connected it to he unplugged his rope.
So he did exactly what you said he was going to do.
Right.
Yeah.
After he was like, I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, and so he went in and did it, and then he puts it on like the Microsoft like Edge Kids thing, and then he like drags me into his room for a minute, and I'm like, what? And he's like, I need you to put YouTube on the allowed list, and I'm like, well, I like this because apparently, like, if I don't allow a website, they can't get to it other than there's like a few things that they have pre-installed.
Until
so
he
far, I
logs
like
into your
that.
email and changes the permissions and then adds to the website himself.
Exactly. Oh, and then like when I'm in here, the best part too is when I'm first setting up the computer, he walks in and I select our like home Wi-Fi, and he's like, "Don't forget the password is," and then he gives me the password to the Wi-Fi because he knows that I always forget it.
Look, that boy has a very good career ahead of him if he chooses to be a white hat hacker.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm hoping maybe we go into something legal, like maybe working.
That
for the
is
CIA
legal.
or something. Oh, okay.
White hat. That's why they're called that. Is companies hire hackers and are like, here, break into our system so we can find out where our our weaknesses are. So we can then make it better.
Oh my god, like maybe that's how, well, like, because they're constantly asking me, Mom, can we have this car? Mom, can we buy this car? And I say, when you get enough money and you save up enough of your allowance, you can do that. So maybe he'll just start hacking for companies at like 12 and buy himself a car right at the time he's like 16.
Or either
You
he
can
can
buy me a
afford
car.
to app development. Or
They
something,
also informed
or
me what
something
my,
like
I
that.
can't remember what it was, but Dino came into me one day and he goes, Mom, your dream car is, and then he just informs me whatever my dream car is. And then apparently when he has enough money from the Tooth Fairy, he's going to buy me my dream car.
That's so sweet.
It was very sweet. I don't remember what it was. I think it was some sort of Toyota, maybe. But apparently now my new dream car is a Honda Accord hybrid, because he knows I want a hybrid, and apparently Honda makes hybrids now.
The unemployment rate for cybersecurity specialists is 0%, which no other industry can say.
Exactly.
Interesting. So what you're saying is I should be encouraging
You know what?
hacking.
Thanks to Zara, I might have to change my major. I'm just playing.
Can I help you, Dino?
Zara, did you see Michael's comment?
No, not yet. I'm just sending Amara the link. Although I now realize I could have put it in the private chat of StreamYard instead of on Instagram. But yeah, Amara, I'm sending you this link. I think maybe you can be like, the reason I don't want you on these websites is because blank. But I encourage you this skill.
Continue hacking, just don't hack Mom. There was one day I made the grave mistake of being really tired, and the hacker one comes in my room and he wants to snuggle, and he's like, can I play a game? And I said yes. So I opened up my phone and him and I are playing a game together. And then I fell asleep with the phone open. And then the next thing I know, there is $1,600 worth of stuff on its way from Target. Arcade machines, a computer, a home telephone. I don't know what we need a landline telephone for, but we needed one. So I got on the phone with them very quickly, and thank God they were able to cancel the order because...
thank goodness.
Yeah, because, you know.
I mean, isn't landlines harder to trace?
No, they can be tapped and stuff like that.
I mean, that's what I don't know if it's true or not, but that's what I've heard.
I will say the only good thing that could come from being a black hat would be if your son became a hacktivist, but I don't think that makes a ton of money. Whereas a white hat like gets the income.
That makes sense. And they don't have to, like, you know, hide the income because it's not illegally
Exactly.
gotten.
But a hacktivist isn't doing it for selfish gain. They are a black hat because they're operating outside the law. But what they're doing is exposing other people. So they're not doing anything shady. They're exposing other people who are shady.
So sorry. So what you're saying then is that I need to ensure that I keep those two things. Okay, encourage you to hack, just everybody that's not Mom, but don't involve fuck the patriarchy with your hacking.
Unless you join the group Anonymous, in which case, dude, you're set. You'll be internet famous without being internet famous, but you'll know that you're doing good in the world. But you probably won't get your dream car for Mom.
Oh, God.
Oh, no, this is the one that wants to get Mom a dream car. The other one. See, that's a great thing. I have twins.
Well, you could raise one to be a white hat. And then if the other shows any inclination at all, you can be like,
Dino, how are you going to buy Mommy her dream car?
I love how this has become.
You're going to use Auto Tempest. He tells me he's going to use Auto Tempest. Where are you going to get the money?
Zara, forget getting secrets from you when it comes to publishing. I like stuff like this better.
Yeah.
We just talk about all kinds of crap.
This beautiful
I
channel
have
does
watched
not know
way
how the
too
world
many
works.
crime shows where I learn a little bit about everything, and then I'll talk about it, and Regina will be like, when are you going to put that in a book? I was like, don't say those words, because I already have a list of 40 books that I'm working on, and I don't want to add any more.
Michael, huh?
So I don't know exactly.
We're not, no, I'm not, I refuse to put that up on screen.
Oh God, no, I have to click the button and see. Oh God.
Just why?
Oh my God. So I'm
I
not
should
quite
ban
sure
you,
what to make
Michael.
with this statement. I said, okay, so how are you going to buy Mom her dream car? He says, with Auto Tempest. Okay, well, where are you going to get the money? I'm going to make the money by shopping.
He's going to become a personal shopper.
That, or I was thinking, I don't know. Buying.
I mean, a personal shopper makes more money than being someone who works for Instacart or any of those apps.
But
So,
see,
Speaking of
now
Instacart,
I
I think
do
I go
know
to
there are a lot. I know a few people who do a lot of thrifting stuff, like all different kinds of stuff. They'll go to thrift shops, get it, and then they'll resell it. They do a lot of that kind of stuff. So it's really big with Gen Z right now, and a lot of them make some good money. So.
Mama, please lay down.
Oh, oh God, no.
What? What did I
Somebody in the chat said shoplifting and reselling.
I'm definitely not going there.
I said thrifting. I want the record to show.
I heard you say something that was a completely legal activity. We are not encouraging illegal activity. I just defined what
absolutely.
an activist was.
No,
I did promote the idea of being a white hat
because that is
hacker.
legal.
Yeah,
Yes.
That is legal.
that's legal.
Oh, thank God! I thought that growling was Cookie King's stomach. No, Cookie King has been eating cookies, doing sprints. He's not hungry.
I love that you're wearing blue
No.
because I'm just like Cookie Monster.
The growling was the dog.
I'm not a monster. I'm
over
a
my
king.
bed.
There's a difference.
The dog has become very possessive over my bed, and especially if I've got a child laying on the bed now, wanting to. I don't know what he wants, but apparently
Actually, I don't know what he wants.
I don't know. But the dog was there, and so then we're trying to have a conversation about legal hacking, and my dog and my child are about ready to have it out over the pillow. Apparently,
Is it your pillow?
yes.
I knew it.
I get so mad. Like, okay, fine. You know what, dog? You want to growl?
But
at
this
the
makes
kids? Fine.
sense.
They're not supposed to be in here anyways. You want to growl at them? You want to sit here and fight with them at 7:00 in the morning when I'm trying to sleep and they call? And I go to bed and it's like the kids are in their bed, dog's over here, and I go to sleep and I wake up and I got 2 kids and a dog and they're all kicking me and I'm like, what the happened? And I'm all good with whatever. You want to fight with the kids over whether or not they can stretch out their legs when they're not even supposed to be in here? Fine.
Michael,
But you growl at me
Michael,
because I want to get in my own bed, then you and I are going to have some words, dog.
Where does this logic come from? No.
I mean, etymologically, that is correct, but the not so thin line is wider because, the distance between the entrance to your jail cell and the entrance of the prison. At minimum, that doesn't include the distance that you had to travel from the courthouse. It's one of those things. Okay, we're gonna start.
And with that, folks, I think it's time to do another spread.
I finally have a computer. I can type words into a resume now. Yay!
I'm so happy for you.
Thank you. Thank you.
That
Instacart.
wasn't facetious at all. I am
No, I
genuinely
know.
happy that you have a laptop.
I know. Me too.
Okay.
I need to get a new job. So I
Oh
can
God, Jesus, help us all.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, she's
3, 2, 1. Happy productivity. Riley woke up from a nap. how did everyone do? I also have another co-host on screen. So
we grew somehow.
Yeah. So after Amara gives her update, Nia, you can give yours and your introduction, or just your introduction, whatever you want, and then Savion, and then So Amara.
All I did is I finally got the computer all updated, and I am working through putting the resume together. So I at least have put my contact information on the resume. And that's as far as I've got.
And quick introduction. I am Nia, the Vixen of Fiction here on YouTube. Sorry, Loki is going from leg to leg now, doing the pat thing. So I am a Loki mom, and I am here on AuthorTube doing AuthorTubers React scripting the book. And I host a writer's wrap up, and we're going to have AuthorTubers React one episode next Saturday and writer's wrap up. So if you ever want to join me for one of those, hit me up on Instagram. Just send me a message if you ever want to join. And yeah, he wants to do Pride Rock. Sorry, he wants attention. I have been doing admin work on my YouTube channel, reorganizing my playlist. So when I saw that Zara was still streaming, I was like, cool, I can get the rest of this stuff done. So I'm very excited to get this finished and not have to worry about it for another month or two.
Thank you for hopping on.
You're muted, Savion.
This entire time, I don't know how I just unmuted and muted myself and then unmuted myself again. But I under the instructions of the lovely host, I edit my socials and stuff to Ko-fi. And then I went to work on Project Journey, and 75 words in, my partner decided that she needed to talk, and so I've been conversating with her this entire time.
Gotcha.
This time, at least, she was in the loop that I was on stream. She just didn't care. No, because last time she was like, I was like, I'm on a stream.
And Nia in the comments was like, you have to keep the partner in the loop.
Yep.
You and someone else was just fussing me out. I'm like,
let her know what's going on.
This time she was in the loop. She just didn't care.
You're like, I did my part. It's not my fault it didn't work out.
Yeah.
Yes.
Very quickly, I almost finished revising chapter 12. The timer just ran out before I could make like the last few changes. And Amara, would you like to sign off? We're still going, everyone. Don't freak out in the chat. Nia, I did not invite you on for just like for you to give your intro and then be like, bye.
Right.
Amara
I'm so glad you're here. Sorry that I'm not going to be able to hang out and write with you. I have one. When he gets tired, this twin turns into a 4-year-old, and the other one has been alone with a computer for far too long. So I really need to go see what's going on. There's the 4-year-old who was really sad. So I'm gonna say my outro, which is this is my crazy life, and this is what I show on YouTube. So sometimes I'm able to write, sometimes I'm able to read, and I do a lot of chasing after minions. So if this didn't terrify you, then come over to my channel and we can hang out some more.
Cool. And hit us up, Amara, sometimes so you can join us.
Yes, thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Okay. Given I have to give my final grad school presentation at 6:30 tomorrow night, I will not be going all night. I went to bed at 4 a.m. this morning, and the fact that I'm functioning at all, like I was on Barrett's stream functioning, and that I've been functioning for my own stream is a miracle, and I really don't want to push it.
Yeah.
But see,
Yes.
the funny thing is, ever since you said something about Jill and the sale, he's just been going. At one point, he was like, "Where's the sale?" And then he just
I
started.
know. But like
He just started. Well,
I don't. It's funny, Michael, that you assume that I'd put you on the ground floor, where it could be theoretically easy for you to get out. Then
Right.
if you had to like change levels. Second of all, you gotta get scrappy.
Okay, if no federal government
Okay,
people are not looking at us, I would be surprised if they're not examining this chat now, because our conversations have just been.
We've been all over the place.
First, we was talking about the ministry of murder in Deuteronomy somehow. Then we started talking about little kids being hackers.
White hat hackers, legal, completely legal.
The chat was talking about something being legal and the thin line between legal and illegal.
It was Michael, the chat. It was Michael.
Mm-hmm.
It's been, we've.
And I said the difference becomes a lot wider when you consider the distance between the entrance to your jail cell and the entrance to the prison.
And that's where the hispirring of where my jail cell and all that comes from. But we've just been, I don't even know what to call what we've been doing.
Bye, Regina.
Bye, Regina.
Bye.
Yeah. A lot of us already have questionable Google searches. So me and Crow were talking about that yesterday. I'm like, yeah, I always tell everybody, if you research something and tell me, I'm going to take those notes. That's one less thing I have to research that's going to show up on my laptop.
There is
for the FBI to look at.
There's a Rightish episode in season 2 where I interviewed DP Lyle, and he is a cardiologist and a crime novel writer, and he also has advised on like TV shows about basically how do people die medically, or like what injuries could kill people. So he has a book called Forensics for Writers, I think, and I was like, look, I know you have these 2 Q&A books, but we asked our podcast audience to ask questions, so can I ask you these questions so that people don't have to Google them and have the FBI come after them? So I recommend people listen to that episode if you would like. I will drop it in the chat. And then I linked his books in that. So
let me make a note. I have a dead character in my book. I need that.
Okay. I'm doing the thing where I throw out a bunch of little treats and send Loki to go look for them. And the lights are out, so I'm hoping it takes them a little bit longer to find them all.
I saw Zara's reaction. I want to put on record, they were dead before the book actually started. Just saying, but their death is a part of the story, and so I have to actually say how they died.
No, I believe you.
They were dead before the story starts, okay? Before chapter 1, okay?
But now you just want to know if you did it right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, exactly.
Totally fair.
What are you munching on, Sarah?
Ghirardelli chocolate that my mom got me.
Oh, yum. I love those.
Yeah. She totally surprised me. Also, I did not link his books. I linked his website, which links to his books. So if you're looking at the episode description, you're like, where are the books? It's through his website.
Oh, God. Yeah, no. We're not doing that.
But, yeah. He was basically like, anything can be poison. Because someone's like, what's the best poison? He's like, well, technically water could be poison. Anything can be poison in too large a dose. And I'm like, that is true. Also, femoral artery.
Yes.
Oh, God.
He's like,
I've written that in a story.
He's like, I had like my assassin character like bleed out a ton of people with that in my multiple books. And I'm like,
yeah.
So I was just like,
I've done that one. It's a good one.
There was a fan fiction I read.
Yeah, for a story. I haven't done it for
Oh
real.
yeah, that was real delayed. You're like, oh wait, this is online.
Okay, Nina, earlier I was preparing a message. Do we need an altar call just right here at 10:15? Do we need an altar call?
No femoral arteries have been severed by me in real life.
Any repentance needed? Just saying.
I'm good.
But I read a fan fiction where someone was like, actually, are you offended by magic and fiction?
Michael.
Are you offended by magic and fiction?
Who, me? No, I love it.
Okay, great. Well, someone was doing a magic spell and they had to like do a blood sacrifice and they chose to like do their thigh and someone asked why instead of like your palm or something or your arm. And they were like, fewer nerve endings there. And they're like, yeah, you also could have bled out and died if you had nicked your femoral artery.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah. No, I am not offended by it. Matter of fact, majority of the fiction I read has magic in it. And it's funny. Like I was in middle school studying Greek and Roman mythology. And like my pastor and them, they was like, why are you studying this? You got to be careful what you read. I'm like, yeah, I know. Now I studied all of it. Now I go to look at a certain passage and it'll be like, oh, this. And I'll look at the area. I'll be like, oh, so that demon they believe to be this god in Greek. And I'm like, boom, I know more about scripture just because. And they're like, you know what? Whatever. He's like, okay. You know what? You got me there. More context, more cultural stuff for you to read better.
I like when we're like, as a writer, it's like we have this like galaxy brain thing and we've like are finally able to explain it. And people are like, you're weird. But you're right. And it's
like I was talking to him about Apollo. He was like, don't study this stuff. You might get caught up and backslide. I was like, but watch this. And as there, it was this, and it's a demon of this, but they believed it to be Apollo, which is a god of prophecy, which makes sense because this is it was like, okay, I'm just gonna cut you off right there. Okay, good.
Hold on, I can hear Riley digging to China in her like little dog house.
Oh,
I'll be right back,
yeah.
and then I'll put up another forest room code, and we'll do another.
Sounds good.
And by that, she's going to put up a code, and we're going to talk for another 15 minutes. Then have a sprint.
We can't now because the forest now will boot you out.
No, I'm saying she's going to put the code here, and then we're going to talk for a few minutes more. Like we always end up still talking and rant. Like we had a good 20-minute rant about translations, versions, and then we end up talking about diminished.
It wasn't a rant; it was a tangent.
Tangent, yes, that works.
I mean, fair.
And the forest didn't kick you guys out for waiting too long?
I don't know. Forest is finicky. Tonight it's been letting me stay in for a long time. Don't
probably
know.
Like Zara's been complaining about us. We better not.
It's like we already don't sponsor her, even though she's gotten like 20 people onto the app. Maybe we should just throw her this little bone.
Yeah, let her talk.
She's making us money. We'll leave her alone.
Exactly.
Hey,
I mean, I wouldn't have paid for the app if Zara hadn't told me about it. So there, if you're listening.
I thought I still paid for the app until tonight. So I have to.
You just pay for it once.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's not working for me though. Something happened and it's not allowing me to do it.
Oh.
So
yeah,
I'll figure it out tomorrow.
Boo. I've been wondering why you haven't been in any of the rooms, and then I just kept forgetting to ask. I'm so sorry.
It's fine. It's the reasons because forest is being a lovely word that I can't say as a preacher. Because I'm a preacher, I can't say what the app is being, but it's being a certain word.
KJV.
Yeah. No, this word's not in the KJV, sadly.
Oh, now you really can't say it.
Another joke from the other stream.
Golf. Niner, 2, Victor, Delta, Bravo, Sierra, Golf. What now?
Huh?
What was that giggle for?
Because I had a distant. I was JROCT, graduate second lieutenant, and so I remember us learning this, and they had to stop us from using it because we would write secret messages talking junk about teachers and crap. And there was a specific one we would do that I remember, and I'm like, oh, that we will just start naming them. Golf, hotel, that, and he'd be like, what? And then he'll start writing. So our senior Army instructor, he started writing the things down as we said it and spelling out the message and being like, okay, no, y'all. And I instantly went to that when you just started.
Well, here's the thing is that I learned it because I thought I was going to put it in my Stellar Blood trilogy, which is a sci-fi romance alien invasion story, which was what I was referring to. And Michael was like, oh, I got tested on by aliens and they left the Milky Way after that. You know,
I don't remember what series that is.
Yeah. So my Stellar Blood trilogy.
No, I'm saying because I have book 1 of 1 because your book.
So the first book in that series is green, and the first book in the Belgrave Legacy series is purple.
Mm-hmm.
Is that
I think even if you have red-green color blind, you'd still be able to tell.
I haven't read any of them, but I have some of them on. Obscure Origin is the one I have.
Right, yeah. So that's the first book in the Stellar Blood trilogy. And basically she grows up in Area 51, and I was like, she's not going to be in space the whole time. So I should know this for when they're on Earth. And
Michael is just writing nonsense.
I know. and then I never made it into the book. And I was like, you know what? This is useful for my streams. I'll keep it.
Right.
I'll keep it on lock. But I was like, wow.
I mean, I used to calm my dog down with military cadence when I fed it. So tap on my leg, on the side of my leg, and just I don't know why I live. And just my mom's like, why?
And you're like, why not?
So a lot of the guys that I went to like high school and stuff with are now like dad joke age, and so they keep doing the Facebook posts where if you can understand what this is, and I'm like, of course we can understand what, and they'll do that.
You shared one of them where I got a notification that you had commented on one or something, and I was like, yeah.
I think on Instagram, I'm like, come on, guys, of course we can read this. The ones that are a little bit trickier, which I can still read them, are the one when they do it to music notes. But I'm like, we can still read that, guys. Come on.
What do you mean?
The A, B, C, D, E, F, G, the music notes, and they'll write something with music notes.
Oh, they'll write. Oh, it's still not that hard.
Yeah, I'm like.
I mean, once you know the alphabet, it's totally memorize.
Like it's not an actual cipher,
right? That would be hard. Now, when you've got to actually
you have to be like, oh, they don't like match up 1-to-1. You have to figure out the trick, and then
if we put a real cipher out there, then they'd be like, huh? I'm like,
yeah.
Now, and where every C isn't a 1, like only every third C is a 1, and you've got to actually figure out the pattern.
Did you
now? Can you get it?
Did you watch the Imitation Game?
I feel like I did.
Benedict Cumberbatch, Keira Knightley,
yes,
Mark Strong.
I'm like, this sounds so familiar. Yes.
Matthew Good. I'm like, I can picture his face. What's his name? Matthew Good. It was about the invention of the bomb machine, BOMBE, which was used to crack the Enigma code by the Germans in World War II.
Wow. There's a lot of stuff that there are codes for that nobody gets until now.
Well, so they didn't share that they had broken it until I think after the Cold War or something, because there was something about like codes being used in the Cold War that they were like, oh, this is kind of similar. Let's just break them because they don't know that we already found a way to break them.
Mm-hmm.
type of thing. So yeah, that was a really good movie. The end is so sad.
I'm
not the
quiet
last
because I'm looking through the actual facts because I'm technically a history major and I should know all of this. But then again, nothing's here.
It's okay. I saw that movie and then I got kind of re-obsessed with the spy game type of things.
Yeah.
That I was obsessed with as a kid, and yeah. But the women at Bletchley Park did a lot of the heavy lifting. And it's like after that book came out, it's like all these books about the women, but before that, it's like Alan Turing, if you know, and most people didn't. And beyond that, they're like women didn't do anything for the war effort, and it's like, sure,
It's like, okay, guys,
sure, you know, it's not like they just took over all, you know, took up all the male
manufacturing
jobs in
work.
America, and then got forced into suburbia to become housewives because the men were upset that the women had taken their jobs and were probably
the
not
good
picking at
thing,
them.
yeah, the good thing is that we got a lot of cool inventions that we wouldn't have had because they had to find a way to get the women to want to go back home. So they made stuff that makes life more convenient for them because they were like, well,
but
I
then
can
you
just
have like
work and make my
science
own money.
But then you have science and tech, you know, memes, and they're all men, and you like do some research and it's like, oh yeah, they stole it from a woman. Cool.
Yeah. It's like even GPS. You wouldn't have GPS if it wasn't for this lady right here, but you never will hear about her.
Yeah.
But
My
thanks.
favorite one is that there were people. My favorite thing that it just messes with me is how remember when Hidden Figures came out? So many
Yes.
people was like didn't even know that. Now I knew them because I'm a big history nerd, but like so many people didn't even know who those people were.
Yep.
Yeah.
Not at all. Yep.
I had like never, like I knew that calculators used to be like the name for people and that they were women and stuff, but like I never really thought about like the applications or who those people were until that movie. But yeah,
They don't teach it. Oh, they don't. It's funny. And then we make like movies and crap of different people, and you'd be like, oh, so that's who it is.
yeah. I mean, I only learned about Ada Lovelace because of a Cyber Chase episode. Like that's really sad.
It is, but
like it's great that I learned about her, but that's like it wasn't in school.
Is that show even still on TV? Is the question.
I don't think so.
I want to know.
Shame because it was
because
a
I
really
haven't
good
seen
show.
that in a long time.
I still remember the volume episode, not sound, like the volume that you can fit into a container or whatever. Hacker. Full circle. Which is also how, you know, the guards and patrols will be patrolling you, Michael, when you're in prison. Yep. Like sharks circling.
Full circle. Full circle.
It's all coming together.
But yeah.
Wow.
Whenever Zara says certain shows, I'm like, oh yeah, my kid's like, oh yeah, she's my kid's age.
When I first found that out, I was like, no way. And she's like, this is my child's age. And I was like, oh.
Yeah, I'm like, I have a kid that's...
But like, I still don't believe it.
Yeah, I have a kid who's almost as old as you. So a lot of her references, I'm like, I know I've seen that, but isn't it a car? Oh, because my kids watched it. Yeah.
Holy.
There was this, we're going to start an next stream soon. Not stream. Spring.
But see, I thought Cyberdisk was older than what it is.
How old is it?
Cyber Chase did not actually come about until 2002.
I'm still a lot older than that.
So 20 years because so it's just 20 years old. Again, so 3 months before I was actually born.
Wow.
I'm leaving now.
3 months before I was born is when that first actually came. And there are like, what, 13 seasons of it?
So you are also my children's age.
Yes.
He's 20.
I'm 20, so.
I'm older than you, and I found that out today, and I was like, what?
I figured that majority of the people in AuthorTube is. Most of y'all are.
Yeah, I'm like, Barrett calls himself an elder, and I'm like, I'm still older than you, Barrett.
There was I was on some stream, I was a guest or something, and someone had brought up like the Tanya Harding scandal.
Oh yeah, we were.
They said the name of the other person.
Nancy Kerrigan.
Yeah, and I was like, I don't know who that is. And Barrett and you were like, it was an AuthorTubers React. And we were like, oh my God, I'm so old. And people in the chat were like, oh my God, how do you not? I was like, hold on, like someone just tell me. And they said, they're like, oh, it's this. And I was like, well, had you said Tanya Harding, I would have known.
Because Tanya Harding does the action, but Nancy Kerrigan had the action happen to her. So I think they were like, you're going to get Nancy Kerrigan, which means you're going to get hurt. Not if I were going to be doing it, I'd be like, I'm going to do a Nancy, I'm going to do a Tanya Harding. That means I'm coming for you. But
right,
if you're
like I never learned the other side of the like I saw Tanya.
This is our generation.
And like I don't care about I care that the other woman got injured or whatever. But like, do you really think that I paid attention to her name when the movie was really named about the one who did the thing?
The funny thing,
my kids know from the movie. I'm like, this was a big deal when I was younger. We were rooting for her too. Man, I feel duped.
What I hate though is like I'll have a conversation with somebody talk about something that was like 80s or 90s, and they'll be like, "You're too young for that," and it'll be something a show or something I grew up on because my mom's just weird like that, or I just had that kind of childhood, and they're like, I'm like, I actually know that. I'm not that young. I actually know that one. They're like,
but it's also like,
really?
You do realize that the internet exists and that we all aren't just like planted on this earth without anyone from an older generation to talk to us about stuff, right? Because like I'm an only child, but I had like pseudo siblings who are my mom's first cousin's children, and they're like half of them are millennials, and then there are a few who are like Gen X, and then my mom is boomer age because she adopted me when she was a little bit older. And then her mom was born in 1918, which is called the Great Generation. So it's like, I learned about a lot of things. So when people are like, oh, you don't know what the like thing is between a cassette tape and a pencil. And I was like, don't I? This is what you do.
Yeah, I'm like, no, I do. I know.
Yeah, I made sure after I saw, I don't know if it was a TikTok, it was TikTok, but a Facebook thing where they were like showing Gen Zers trying to like use like hand can openers, rotary phones, and stuff like that.
How is a rotary phone hard? How is that hard?
I just showed my kids. I'm like, please know how to do this. So if anyone ever comes up with a camera on you and says, "Can you do this?" I don't want you guys to go viral for not knowing how to do these things. They couldn't do it. It was embarrassing.
How?
The can openers are tricky anyway, so the
can openers, like if you're looking at it and you don't know how, fine.
Yeah.
But a rotary phone, it's like once you accidentally move it once, you're like, oh, this is how it works. Like you don't have to intentionally be doing it to figure out.
I think it was the fact that they had to wait for it to go all the way back around. I don't know what it was, but they were just not.
So do they also not know how to do like knob lock with the combo where it's like you gotta turn it like 3 times?
Oh, combination locks. I work
at
a gym. I've had to show people how to use combination locks.
Speaking of, do you still do Zumba?
I do. That's one of the classes I teach. So yeah.
Okay. My mom needs me to unlock the door for her, and then I will be right back. But the short answer is, you can guess, but I've always been told I'm an old soul.
Funny enough, I have also been told that. It's funny because like people will put music on and be like, "You're too young for this," and I'm just bopping to Bar Marley or something.
Yeah.
They're like, "How do you know this?" I'm like, okay.
Because your parents will often play what
my mom. My biological dad I didn't meet till ninth grade.
My mom would always, and both my parents more, but they would play all music from the 60s and 70s. So to me, that's like the best music.
Yeah,
I
we
love
listen to
60s
all
and 70s
kinds of
music.
stuff. Like my mom, I would get in trouble. Like my mom has one story that she tells all the time. I tell her stop. That she was in a laundromat or something, and she told me to do something. I was running around. She was like, "Sit down." And I was like, "Get up, stand up for your rights." And I just started singing Bob Marley out of nowhere.
My mom grew up playing like Peter, Paul and Mary, Joni Mitchell, Beatles, Carole King for me. So while I love all that music, what I then was drawn to is like more modern, like not modern versions of that, adaptations or whatever, but like Sarah Bareilles and Taylor Swift, like who like write meaningful lyrics and like nice tunes and things like that. So my mom is like, whenever we're in the car now, she's like, you just put on your playlist, even though like I have hers mixed in, but most of the time it's my music that's newer. And people will be like, other people in the family will be like, oh, I don't like the music now. And my mom will be like, well, I like what Sarah listens to. And then they turn to me and I was like, I don't listen to the bubble gum pop shit that's on the radio. Like,
I don't either.
I was like, before you judge me, just so you know, I have good taste in the music that's available. I don't just like all music that's available right now.
Yeah.
Oh, definitely not. Definitely not.
Okay.
Matter of fact, the majority of the songs I do listen to are old, unless it's something Christian. Then.
In which case, it's ancient.
No, I have if it's Christian, then I have hymns and and then modern stuff all wrapped.
Oh, the more contemporary stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. Because I grew up with a great grandmother who would sing hymns at the same time thing. So
my mom just found out she has credit card fraud, so that's fun.
Oh no,
Oh,
that
God.
really is not fun at all. Yikes.
She's like, is this you? And I was like, no. And she's like, it says it's publishing. I'm like, I don't know what that company is. That sucks.
Yeah.
My mom found out that she had gotten credit card fraud like 2 years ago or 2 or 3 years ago, Christmas Eve, because someone had bought like 3 pairs of Louboutin heels. And it was like, and my mom was like, why did my credit card company not realize that this was fraud immediately? Because when have I ever bought these shoes?
Yeah.
Wow. Like, fair.
Hopefully she's able to get it straightened down.
I mean, she always has been able to, but because sometimes she'll text me, she'll be like, what was this? I'll be like, oh yeah, I just got something, and I forgot to tell you, and I meant to, and my ADHD made me forget. So like, yeah, that was me. And then sometimes she'll be like, is this you? And I'm like, absolutely not. Yep.
I always tell my kids, because we have one card that we let the kids use if they need something or it's an emergency. I tell them, you better tell me either right before or right after, or you are I'm calling fraud. And they're always like, Mom, I had to get this. If you see this, it's good. I'm like, okay. Because
my mom
just popped up. I was about to.
Sometimes, normally I forget to do it before or right after on my own, so she'll prompt me by text or something. But yeah, my mom lets me use one of her credit cards if she's if you need to buy something small or something that it's just that you need for your apartment or whatever, you might as well use my credit card so I can get points or something. And I'm like,
yeah,
Michael, if they haven't flagged us or been watching us,
we were talking about
earlier.
We were talking about bleeding people out with femoral artery injuries. I think they've been watching
about bleeding people out and killing people. We've talked about so much. If they haven't flagged us or watched us, then they're not going to watch us now.
Yeah.
It would be weird.
They'd be like credit card fraud. Ugh, who cares?
Yeah.
Right.
The bots are probably picking it up and they're coming and be like, oh, it's writers again.
Right.
They're like,
red it'd be
flag.
weird
Oh,
if
no.
credit card fraud was
It's
the
just
one thing
one of
they
those
watched.
that small corner of YouTube that's writers. They always talk about the crazy stuff. It's them again.
Don't they ever sleep?
She said bots, so no. Okay, we're gonna start what is probably gonna be, not probably, is going to be the final sprint because I just looked at the time and I'd like to get to bed before midnight.
Yeah.
And I think after this very wild stream, I'm gonna need some time to like wind down after I log off. So this is going to be our final sprint. And before I stop, I'm sorry. I'll probably do a pop-up on Wednesday, you know.
Oh no, I'm saying that to be as a joke. I'm not serious.
Yeah. But even if I didn't have my presentation tomorrow, I was never gonna.
It's almost 11 o'clock.
I was not gonna do an all-nighter like Michael wanted. Just no. Okay, in 3, 2, 1. Happy productivity, everyone. How did everyone do?
I did good. I ate a couple more cookies and I did a little bit more vlogging. And I also finished everything I needed to finish for my YouTube channel. And then I read over what I wrote today. So I did quite a few things. So that means I'm like ready for bed. Like all of the last little bits of things are done. So
Good timing that this was the final sprint.
mm-hmm. So after this, it's an audiobook until I fall asleep. So
What kind of cookies?
I'm having Lotus, the Biscoff cookies. They're so yummy, and I've already eaten more than I should.
Cookie King is pleased. I worked on Project Journey again. So I got about 150 words for that, and then I sent my the message I was working on earlier to my mentor and the person who booked me to speak, because I forgot to do that, and so I did that Sunday night. Yeah, I got a text and was like, "Where's your message?" And I'm like, "Oh, I didn't send that, did I? Okay, let me do that now."
I finished revising chapter 12. So out of 46. And I only did that in the last like 5 minutes because for most of the sprint I was talking to my mom and who came back from the dinner that she was at, and then chasing Riley around like a maniac because she always gets this burst of energy at night because she like naps all day. And then my mom and I are like, you can't bark, but you can growl and we'll like play with you. Yes, I just kept going, and then I was, I think we're all kind of like at a stopping point, so it just worked out. But glad to see you made it. Taylor Swift writes about her exes, and that's not original. Guys write about their exes all the time. That's not original when they do it either.
Yeah.
Like, if you don't like her style of music, okay, although she keeps changing it. So, like, be open-minded and things like that. But when people say that, it's like, okay, that might not be original, but then at least throw that at the guys who do it too.
Yeah.
You just took majority of the indie authors that are on TikTok. You just wiped all them out because they have at least one song about their ex, guaranteed.
Mm-hmm.
Also, it decimated the country
music
genre.
Country and blues. That's all it is. So
yeah. Like delete.
You just got rid of a whole group of people and a whole group of music.
Yeah. Yeah, I was talking about how it's a new genre, so you want to like do some research on story beats, which is fair.
Yeah, because I feel like I love those crime shows, and so I know the beats from watching it, but I think it might be a little different when you're reading it.
We're not laughing at you. We're laughing at Michael's comment.
No, I literally just saw that on the side and was reading that. Like,
I actually wish this was true. If I fall asleep listening to an audiobook, when a good part comes, I'll wake up and have to rewind to see, oh man, what did I miss when I actually
she's a like
I hear everything.
Whereas I'm not. This would be me, although if I'm already tired, I'm like, I'm not listening to anything.
No, I'll just be half. I wouldn't be completely asleep. I'll be like half sleep, and so I'm not totally conscious, but conscious at the same time. And I'm like, wait, what?
Yeah.
That's my response. Wait, huh? Yeah. Like, I got in trouble yesterday because I was on the phone with my partner, and she's just looking through different rooms of a house and like, this is where we live, and I'm like, who paid for all of this? And then at one moment I fall asleep, wake up, and she's still going, like, and she's like, oh, what about this? This is this and this is that, and I'm like, wait, we're still on the phone? You're still talking about? She's like, yeah. I'm like, okay, whatever. And then her mom's like, hang up. Her mom DMs me and is like, hang up the phone. I'm like, I can't. I fell asleep on her and everything. She's like, oh well. And I'm like, okay, look, I gotta go.
Finally started editing the chapter I wanted to finish just in time to get tired. Well, you started editing the chapter.
Yep.
So take that win.
It is a win.
I haven't personally read it, but I know Jesse Elliott and other people absolutely swear by the emotion thesaurus. And then there are other ones in that series where it's like the occupation thesaurus, I'm blanking on all the other examples right now. But yeah, so you could check that out.
Yeah, I feel like I have a couple of those. I should probably read them.
I mean, you can also just think about how you feel when you feel that emotion and like think about the physical sensations you feel, and then just describe your character feeling those, and which is what I do because I have aphantasia. So I'm like, I can't even imagine what my character would look like, but if I can imagine what they're feeling like, I can describe that. So yeah, why don't we do outros? Nia.
All right. Hi, I'm Nia, the Victim of Fiction. Thank you, Zara. Oh my God. Michael does not stop.
I will not tell her that. She'll be like, yeah. And then a week later, she's like, I don't know about this. I'm not going down that road with her. I'm not. She's technically supposed to be writing a book, but she fell off. So I'm not going down that route with her. No.
If Sabian likes his girlfriend, he better be careful. He's like, I'm treading lightly.
I was going to say, you tread carefully there.
I'm not going there. I don't have the capacity to go there or enough prayer. Jesus will probably tap out at that point. Just, no, we're not going down that route.
Oh, goodness. Anyway, I'm Nia, the Vixen of Fiction. Thank you, Zara, for streaming this late so I could get the rest of my stuff done and not have to worry about it, because otherwise I would have procrastinated and had to do it tomorrow and been like, man, I should have done it yesterday. So I got it done. Check out my channel. We'll be doing Writer's Wrap Up next Saturday, or this coming up Saturday at 3:30, and then AuthorTubers React at 6. So join us. We'll be chatting and having a good time.
This is Nia's Ko-fi, which is linked to all her social media. I will be adding my both of theirs and Amara Franklin, who had to leave a bit earlier. Their links to the description of this live stream probably tomorrow morning, because I might just crash in bed right after we log off. But yes, so check out Nia's Ko-fi.
Go to my Ko-fi and click on the little YouTube icon, and that'll take you right where you need to be.
Yes.
What's up, everybody? I am Savion Taylor, public speaker, college student, and contemporary writer. I make videos and do streaming, mostly about my life journey through writing, faith, being autistic, and how chaotic it can be. Go follow me. I'm also known to be Cookie King, which is a little fun thing in the author community. So, grab some cookies and join me.
Yes, awesome. Thank you both for being here.
Life.
I am sorry. I would have maybe, if they were both still willing, maybe a push to midnight if I didn't have my final grad school presentation tomorrow. Michael's request for an all-nighter never will happen for me. So, but sometimes I do streams that like start at 8 and go later than now. I started at 7 today and went later than I planned.
There's one you did for like 6 hours. I took a full nap between. I was like,
yeah, that was on. Yeah.
What the heck, Zara?
I used to say like I'll never do a stream longer than 3 hours, and then like I got let go for my job, and 2 days later I did a 6-hour stream and I got a lot done. So it's like I finished all my grad school homework.
Never say never.
going to have to. Yeah, I mean that would be great. There was someone who I used to recommend, but I don't think they've streamed in a while, so I'm gonna. Also Twitch though. There's Cam Wolf,
And
who's
Coffee
in
Pools.
Australia, and Shiny Knight, who's also in Australia. And then I'm sure other people that I'm blanking.
Yeah, I don't know where. I think Coffee Pools is maybe in Japan. I'm not sure, but there's a few
Like
people.
Devin's playlist. I'm pretty sure there's always someone this late at
Yeah,
night. somewhere.
not the Twitch ones though. But I used to do late nights, but I don't do late nights anymore. I got lucky.
Mine-
Yeah, I
always
turned
mine.
Nia into a morning person.
Which Loki's very grateful for because he gets up early, so it works better that way.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Just because I would always invite Nia to my streams and they're
She's
all in
like,
the
"Come stream
morning.
with me." I'm like, "What time?" She's like, 9. I'm like, "That means I have to get up at 8." So
I mean,
Well,
my pop-up streams are normally at night. So if you're a night writer, please still subscribe and turn on the bell icon. But yeah, I don't normally plan to be streaming like from 10 to midnight Eastern. It's like if it happens, it happens.
Yeah.
So thank you for being here. I hope you'll be able to spend more time on a stream of mine in the future. But also, if you start streaming, awesome. And like I said, I know there are Australian streamers on Twitch at minimum.
Come hang out with us on Saturday. Oh, JC Carpenter's going to be joining us on Saturday too for Writers Wrap Up and for AuthorTube React. So,
oh, cool.
Yeah,
that's fun. And I think everyone in the chat knows who I am. I know some people might have found my channel a little bit more recently. So if you don't have my intro and outro memorized, my name is Sarah Hoffman. I'm self-published author of 6 books, a young adult paranormal romance trilogy and a new adult sci-fi romance trilogy. I am the co-creator and co-host of the Writish podcast with fellow author tuber Kelly Wright, where we talk about everything writing related, including the fact that authors are humans and therefore need to take care of their physical bodies and mental health. And I host writing sprints, pop-up ones, normally at night, always scheduled unless there's like a big event happening at 9 a.m. Eastern on Sundays. And this week is the last day that you can grab my comp title sales research commission, where I give you actual sales numbers for books that you're thinking of comparing your book to if you're writing a query to someone, so that you don't accidentally tie your book to a really bad performing title, which would be a red flag, because I'm going to be losing the software availability to continue offering that service once I graduate from grad school. But I have a lot of other commissions there if you are looking to be indie published or traditionally published. This Saturday, I got rid of the banner like an idiot.
Michael.
This Saturday, before I'm on Nia's channel for AuthorTubers React, at 9:30 a.m. Eastern, Kelly and I are going to be critiquing book descriptions. So if you would like to submit yours, you can do that here. And lastly, just please subscribe. Follow me on Ko-fi, which you can do for free if you would like to tip me there or join me at a tier. Cool. But yeah, be sure to check out my videos here and my Ko-fi page. And what are you pointing to?
Loki in the back.
Oh, I the lighting was weird. I see him now. Just standing there staring.
Yes.
Oh God.
He's now smushing the pillow to make himself comfortable.
I see that. Riley does the same thing. Oh, he just
subscribe to Sarah, please. You know. Subscribe to Sarah. Subscribe to Sarah. Check out her Ko-fi.
So rude. You're lucky I liked you and didn't put you in a timeout. I don't know who you are, but I know you do book 5 hours. Okay.
The
Good
fact
night,
that they
everyone.
said 5 hours, but we've only been like 4.